Are we good? Oh, I think we're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It is Saturday. As you can see, we're back in Pantheon at the moment. I was exploring. I only got on like probably 10 minutes ago, and I found the land of 0G. We have an NPC floating in the air. We have an Asherite ore floating in the air. We have a crate floating in the air. We have resource nodes up on that bluff there that are floating in the air. Not entirely sure why everything is floating. I'm going to take a look and see if stuff is floating out here. Oh, these are the starting town ruins. Town's right over there. They look so different in the daytime. So yeah, so I haven't found a way to get to that ore node, and I haven't found a way to talk to this NPC. But there was a large Asherite node that was spawned here in the air, and we were able to climb the wall, and then drop down on top of the node, and that's how we were able to mine it. This feels like there should be a boss in here somewheres. What cave is this now? All right. Make me put a torch on. Okay, there's some kind of... My ping is fantastic, but there's some kind of delay right now. Every time I do something in this area, it takes a second for it to update. Or we could... Okay. So... That happened? Whoa, 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 what is this? Are we under the world? Is this a road and that a structure? Where am I? Dude, we're under the world. We'll stay on the path. Butterfly effect. If anybody gets the reference. I remember, you know, I'm gonna say this. It's funny that I'm gonna say this. This appearance reminds me of EverQuest Landmark. When we used to dig underground and build giant caverns and try and build stuff inside. Look, the torch isn't even... The voxel graphics of that wall look similar to EQ Landmark. What would have been EQ Next? Is that the sun reflection? That's the sun. Look, that's the sun. Hey, Rum, what's going on? I found a cave that takes me under the game. I think it's a bug. I think it's a glitch. I see, and oh, it wasn't opening, and now it's closed. Dude, I don't know where I am. Okay, we're outside now. I am just running. I'm trying to harvest ore so I can get one of the weaponsmithing quests done to see what the next step is. I mean, it's not a big deal. Obviously, the servers come down tomorrow, but I'm still trying to do a bit of exploring, you know? Doing my part. I don't know where we are. Who's Master Thel Briffy? And why is he floating? Well met, traveler. Swimming works. I wonder if there's anything in here. Okay, swimming doesn't work? Asherite. Asherite. I see Asherite. And it's under the world. Oh, okay, this whole area is busted. Hey, KHB, what's going on? We're in Pantheon, but I think I found a broken part of the game. I shouldn't say I think I found. I did find a broken part of the game. I was exploring and I saw an NPC floating in the air, so I dropped down to see if I could talk to the NPC and I couldn't reach them. And then I noticed that all these resource nodes were floating in the air, and then I noticed that a chest was floating in the air, and then I saw a cave opening, so I thought, well, I'll go into the cave. I went into the cave. It apparently put me into the next zone, which I don't think it's supposed to do. And then I think I wound up under the world. And now I'm in a broken area. Okay, we just ran a circle. There's no way to get anywhere else. That's way too high to climb. Wonder what the significance of this is for. Does this merchant work? Shady Wilhelmina. Doesn't work. We found Narnia. Clearly Narnia. A land that doesn't exist. I feel like if I step out here, I'm gonna get attacked by an ATST. Oh, see? That's all not developed. I don't even know if this is supposed to be a something. As far as I can tell, this is the yellow strip road. I mean, it's raining down here. I don't think that's supposed to happen. We're gonna run... I'm sure this is just gonna be a wall, but we're gonna run this direction anyways and see what's over here. Yeah, it's just the corner. Oh, am I zoning back over? Oh, don't put me in enemies. Okay. We're in Throne Fast now, which is the starting zone. And we're going back to AVP. Okay. There's a ledge of some sort. Can't get up there, it's too high. Wonder if they're gonna fix it so that the torch stays on when you zone. Okay, we're zoning again. And we're back outside. And the NPC is still floating. And the ore node is still floating. And the chest is still floating. So this was a trip. That's the town there. That's the entrance to the town. Now we gotta look for ore. F. Lightfoot. What's up with you, Mr. Lightfoot? Nothing. There's an ore node all the way over there. How are you guys doing tonight? You guys good? You guys are enjoying your Friday, or Saturday. Friday, listen to me. I don't want the weekend to end. Oh, we're on the main, okay, we're on the main road now. So I found out it looks like the servers will be down before I get live, or before I go live tomorrow. I believe they're coming down in the late afternoon, early evening. So tonight, I believe, will be my last time streaming Pantheon pre-EA. I hope you guys enjoyed the streams. I enjoyed playing the game. Or I've enjoyed playing the game. There's another Asherite node. Well, we have enough ore now to complete the quest. That's good. We'll stay out and get a few more, because I'm pretty sure the next step will ask us to craft some more stuff. There's a Gadai trapper going for a stroll. Getting in his steps. Just randomly running. No damage, no debuff, so he's not aggroing anybody. Interesting. The trapper's just randomly running around. I don't think I've ever seen that. Dockside Delight. 2 agility, 45 minutes. Dockside Delight. That's got to be fish related. Looks like fish. Something's inside. Okay, so that's another recipe for us to look at. We don't have that, whatever that is. Agility +2 is a big deal. Maybe we'll take a look at that when we get back to town. Dockside Delight. It'd be fish and something. What is going on with all these Godies running everywhere? Also, we've run out of ore. We've got 16 currently. No ore there. None there. I wonder what's over there. How am I not... Wasn't spacebar submerge? What is happening? We were swimming fine on the ogre. What's going on here? It's not supposed to jump. Oh god. Get up. Okay, you know what? I think we're done with swimming if I can get out of here. Yep, we're done. No more swimming. I don't know what happened, but that was not what the ogre was doing. Okay, and this should be the goblins up here, right? Yep. There's ore nodes, so chances are these guys are going to aggro, right? They are gray. Okay, so you're walking towards me, so you guys are still aggro. I'd like to get in there. If this guy aggroes, we'll run him off. No? I want to go in there, but I don't. But I do, but I don't. Let me see if this guy aggroes. Oh, yep, he aggroed. He's going to bring his friends. We don't want to drop down there. I would normally stay and fight, but they're group mobs, so they're gonna obliterate me even though they're gray. They should leash in a second. There we go. Close, but no cigar. Alright, now we know there's an Asherite node up here, so we'll go and grab that real quick. And we're gonna need... Oh, our torch came off again? I gotta fix that with the lighting. Now, back up here is where the goblins were, but the only reason we're coming back here, we're going to go left. Go along this mountain range. It's the wrong side. Not what I wanted, but we'll take it. No ore node there. No ore nodes here. Oh, is this the way to the manor? Oh, this is the way to the manor. We don't want to go up there. There's no ore nodes up there. Hey, there's two scales. Wasn't two scales in chat a couple days ago? I recognize that name. That's the spider camp. Oh, there might be an ore node in here somewheres. Wrong type. We'll take it. Maybe this will help an Asherite node spawn somewheres. Alright, we don't want to get too close. We don't want the spiders to come out and kill us. We haven't really done anything with... you know what? I think we're good enough. We don't need to go that far in. Now we'll check the other side. I mean, we have 19 right now. That might get us 6 or 7 bars. Or Coleman. No ore node here. Okay, the only other option would be probably to go up by the by the crossroads, go up by AVP, and then climb to that bluff, but I don't want to do that. So we're going to go back to town, and we're going to burn the ore that we have, and at least complete that sword quest, and then see what the next step is. If there is one. There's nobody on at the moment, so we're still waiting to see if we can get a crawl going somewheres. Whether it's spiders or Halnirs, I'm fine either way. That was convenient. Players are starting to give all their gear away. People are advertising. I mean, it's all gone tomorrow. Well, sir. Guessing they must have fallen from the cliff maybe and bounced? How did that happen? They bounced. Dark magic. The power of 0G. What's going on, Tyseer? Were you here earlier when I found the land of 0G? There's a region of the map where I found a whole bunch of floating resource nodes and a floating NPC and a floating chest and a giant lake that wasn't keyed for swimming, I guess, and a cave entrance that took us into what looked like the bottom of the world. It's clearly a portion of the game that I guess needs to be worked on, needs to be fixed, needs to be continued. If you check out later on, if you check out like the first 20 minutes of the stream, you'll see it. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 jump puzzle, that's a perfect analogy. It was weird. Man, we played Guild Wars 2 back in the day, and then once we had all the jump puzzles done from the core release, I stopped playing the game because it all became PvP, and I don't mind PvP, but I'm not playing an MMORPG for PvP. So I was like, you know what? I'm good. And my buddy stayed in Guild Wars 2, and he plays it religiously, and he absolutely loves it. Me, on the other hand, I had to go play other stuff. I hear it's a pretty good game now with the, what, 4 expansions it has out? Wait a minute. What is that? Oh, I thought that was a gazebo. That's the monk place. I'm like, what building is that? Town is right down here. Now, there may be a bit of lag in town here. This will be the last night, so I'm assuming if there's a lot of people on, they're all going to be sitting in here. Actually, let's see. I wouldn't say that's a lot. I mean, it's a fair number. It's not a lot. I barely play it now because I prefer the more traditional MMORPG. But yeah, for sure. Hey, don't get me wrong. I love the game. The game was great. I didn't stop playing because I didn't like it. It's just I can't do PvP in an MMORPG. I could do PvP if we're talking first-person shooter, which I rarely ever play on stream anyways. Although I found out, apparently I had a stream from like 8 years ago for Rainbow Six Siege. I don't remember ever playing it, but apparently I did for an evening. I was going down memory lane on the YouTube channel and I kept seeing a couple of games that I didn't realize I had played. Alright, let's go to the bank first and make sure we take everything out because I think we need sharpening stones. We can't do anything with nickel as of yet. We don't need coal. We'll take the Asherium. Simple would be tier 2. I think we're good. Wow, 3 procs for 5 Asherium? That's pretty good. publishers and developers could learn something from Guild Wars 2 about reasonable monetization. I shall take your word for it. I don't know much about their monetization. As I mentioned, I only really played Classic. I didn't play any of the expansions, so I don't know what would have changed. Oh, I guess we could just use the bulk. Okay. So that gave us 18. Perfect. That's enough. So we already have 4 blades, so we need a 5th. And then we need 5 hilts. Okay. That's 2. 3. There's the quest completion. No, I think this goes to the armorer? No, master. Oh, so that's back at the warrior trainer. Oh, the best defense. Part you're doing in the field, so to rely on his fellows. They've gotten fairly good at one-on-one combat. Please create 5 Asherium pikes. Okay. Guessing we don't have enough for that. Yeah, we don't have enough. It's probably going to be 3 bars per combine. Asherium pike. Pike there. So long spearhead and large weapon haft. Long spearhead? Do we have long spearhead? We have spearhead. Is that the same thing? I don't think that's the same thing. Let me go to the weaponsmith just to make sure. Mm-hmm. There's only the one crude pike, so maybe that is the one. But it specifically says long spear. Alright, well let's try and make one if we can, and see if it counts as one of 5. Armor, armor, armor. So hatchet blade, knife blade, large weapon haft. Okay, we need the large weapon haft. That takes 2. We'll make one of those. And then we come down. Yeah, it says long spearhead. No recipe for long spearhead. We'll try the pike and see what happens. Oh, it takes 4. Asherium pikehead. Okay, so now if we combine that, does it count as one of 5? Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't know if they need to change that wording, but there's no such thing as long spear. They need to change that wording. It shows up as long spear, but it's just Asherium pike. So that's 1 of 5. Whoops. Yep, 1 of 5. So that's the right weapon. 7 damage, 2-hander. 2.7 delay. 2.1. Okay. Well, I guess that makes it more worthwhile. All right, so we need to find out what this food recipe is. It's got to involve fish, but the question is what else? Now it's called Dockside Delight. So Dockside tells me that it's fish. There's the fish. Keep the blackberries just in case. Dockside Delight. What would that be? I don't know if it'd be vegetables. I guess we could take the vegetables just to see. I don't think it's water. No, you can't add water. Walnut, probably not, but we'll take that. Apple. Thyme. Fox in the hen house we have. Venison platter we have. Rabbit skillet. I don't think we have that one. We have rabbit meat? We don't have rabbit meat. Force kebabs we have. That we have, that we have. Those are no good, those are no good, those are no good. We shouldn't need meat. The fish should replace that. Do we take it just in case? I guess. Rat, boar, wolf, bat. Venison. And I don't think I see anything else. No. Okay, let's go see if we can find out what this Dockside Delight is. It might not even be in the game yet to make. I have no idea. I'm concluding that because the item exists, the recipe exists. But who knows? Roasted boar meat, we already have that one. So we know fish has to go in there. Thyme is already there. Spice, but we don't have anything that's spice. Not golden walnut. Ooh, I think that's new. Hang on. Hang on. We gotta go into the list. I don't recall having a +2 strength. You guys might want to make note of this recipe. Stuffed trout. Oh, we do have it. Okay. So we take that out. I don't know why you would have walnuts with trout, but maybe? I can't see us needing both meat and fish. That seems weird, right? +2 agility. Dockside delight. Would they associate agility with a food type? Apple glazed trout. That's a new one. Okay. What do we got? Apple and trout. Okay, what else we got? What would you make with trout? I guess you could put onions. Oops. Oh, we already got that one. Stop hitting that button. Dockside delight. What would that be? I mean, dockside screams fish. It has to. I mean, you could have fish with onions. Fish with carrots is weird. keep going back to stuffed trout. We already have that one. I'm trying so hard to figure out what this recipe is. Maybe we don't have the ingredient yet. Dockside Delight. It looks like a fish, but what could be with it? We don't know. What don't we have already for a food item? We've got the vegetables, we have the fruits that you can get. We have the seasoning, which is thyme. We haven't found any sort of spice yet, so I don't even think that's in the game, or if it is, it would be a higher level. Gives +2 agility. I think we've tried everything. There's no way there's meat involved. You wouldn't do meat and trout. That's called food poisoning. Has to involve fish. Hey Tapoli, what's happening? +2 agility. What food type do we think would go with trout to give us agility? I mean, potatoes make you tired. Potatoes are filling. I would think onions and mushrooms. I wouldn't think carrots or potatoes. Maybe we don't have it. Maybe there's something we're missing. Stalker's pie. Do we have that one? Yes, we do. Okay. Howling stew. Do we have that one? Yes, we do. Hunter's brisket. That's the haste. I'm pretty sure we have that one. Yep. Okay. Da, 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 da. I don't think you put thyme with fish, right? I don't think so. Mushrooms with fish? No. Scallop potatoes? No. Okay, let's leave it at that for now then. We don't have the ingredients to figure that one out. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 30, 40, 50, 78. We have 25 recipes figured out. I'm so picky about putting the food away, and none of this matters because it's all gone tomorrow. Okay. So that's good there. So now, let me see if anybody's on. There's a few more people on. Nobody on there. Okay, let's advertise. See if we can get into a group. We don't need that open anymore. We don't need this open. Oh, hey, Atacount, what's happening? Sorry, man, I had a window up over the chat, so I missed it. Onion always goes good with fish? Yes. The name of the recipe is Dockside Delight. Rat meat, trout, and onions? Really? Rat meat and trout? Dude, you're not supposed to mix, like, meat and fish. That'll make you sick. And I know this because I went for dinner one day about 11 years ago. And My friend had a fish burger. I had a hamburger. They were prepared on the same grill. The chef did not clean the grill after doing one food item to the next. And I wasn't well for about 5.5 days. And that's all I'm going to say, because the rest of it can't be on stream, because it's not pleasant. We found Narnia earlier, or the Land of Zero G. We found an area of the game where everything was like floating. And then we found a cave that took us under the world. Where's the town? I'll show you real quick. Yeah, it was a rough week. Let me say that. I had to take the week off of work. I did not have a choice. And people can say you always have a choice. No, I did not. I did not have a choice. So up here, where you normally see the skeleton ruins, that's in nighttime mostly. In the daytime, right back here, there's a group fighting here, that's cool. Keep on trucking. So here's where it starts. So there's an asteroid ore deposit floating. There's an NPC named Snowfall the Guy. They're floating. There was another asteroid ore that spawned halfway up the mountain, but I was able to climb up the mountain, jump off on top of the ore node, and then harvest it. Then we come back here. We got the torch, right? So we're about to zone. And the torch turned off. They really should fix that. And down here is under the world, as far as I can tell. Big open area with a road. That's a structure to go into. That is not an opening, by the way. Yeah, see? It just rendered, closed off. I don't know why I'm staying on the road. It's subliminal. The lighting is all messed up here. Then we come out into Narnia. And it's just a giant pit with two NPCs. This guy's floating a little bit off the ground. Master Thel, he doesn't do anything. This is Shady Wilhelmina. Wonder if this is a nod to the Shady Swashbuckler from EQ. Oh, now she works? She wasn't working earlier. There's nothing else here. No harvest nodes, no other entrance, nothing to climb, no ledges. Very strange. There's a ledge there. I don't think there's anything. I mean, it's the only ledge in the area. I don't think we can climb that, though. I'm pretty sure it's too high. Oh, there's a ledge there, too. Maybe we can get to that? I don't think so. I don't think we can stand there. Oh, maybe we can. Yes, we can. Okay. Now, as you can see, it's not a normal... We're clipping into the rock, which we're not supposed to be doing on an actual surface. Yeah, there's nothing here. I was saying earlier, for anybody who played EQ Landmark back in the day, this kind of reminds me of what it looked like when you dug out through the voxels in EQ Landmark. It's kind of what it looked like. The terrain kind of looks similar. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're out. Is that a zone? That was weird. I was clearly stuck. Yeah, right there. Weird. You know, I probably could just stuck and go over to AVP. Oh, where are we zoning? Oh, back into Throne Fast. There's the floaters there. Somebody got the floating chest. How did that happen? There was a floating chest right here. Where'd it go? Nope, can't reach it. I like it. There's low-level tunes out here fighting. The day before servers come down. That's dedication for you. Alright, why am I running back here? Don't know. You know what? Let's just go back over to AVP. We'll see if anything's going on at Halnir's. Still daytime, which is nice. We'll bring out the shield just to be safe. Let's take a run over to Halnir's. Hey, Silence, what's happening? How you doing? You planning on playing this evening? We can find a group. That's the mission, my friend. I've been looking for people, and I haven't found them yet. There's a fair number of people on, but they're all lower level. I'm gonna run to Halnir's now and see what's going on over there. Quite a few people on. Looks like there's a group already in Halnir's. 1, 2, 3. Maybe not. Only 3 in there. Let's go over and see. Actually, what it could do... There's only 2 of you on around this level, so chances are there isn't a group in Halnir's, but there are people in Halnir's. So let's go over and see who's there. Stay away from the spiders. Actually, we should be safe for a minute running here. Let's do this. Let's go filter, 16 to 19. Let's go any. So we have Shaman, Summoner, Ranger. Quen is on. Wasn't Quen with us last night? Ray is on. Let's see what these guys are doing. There's not many. If I can get you and Ray, we should be able to put a group together. Hey, Morphozoid. Hey, buddy code for additional digital download. This means 2 keys for 2 accounts for 1 pledge. Yes, that's correct. A buddy code is a second copy of the game. That's why it's worthwhile to pledge right now. I've been letting my viewers know that it's better to pledge than it is to wait, because if you wait, you just pick up the 1 retail copy, no extras. But if you pledge now, not only do you get the extra copy of the game, but you also get some other little perks that come with it. So if you are planning on playing the game when it comes out, even if it takes a year, 6 months, whatever, it really is the smartest option is to pledge. I haven't heard back from Ray yet. They might be AFK. Come on, people. Come on, people. Get back to me. Okay, we got you. That's 3. Fonts on. Come on, people, I need you to respond to me. Oh, you're in contact with Ray. All right. I think we've got Mont, so we have a rogue, so at least we have some CC. I'd like to grab a shaman. I sent a tell to that person. Ooh, okay. We'll have to go without them. Let me see what this person is doing. Let me keep going to the dungeon. Did I run past this? Yeah, we ran past the field of spheres, right? Yeah. How am I always going the wrong way to this zone now? What is wrong with me? I ran the right way, didn't I? I think the orb might be over there. Okay, I got a shaman coming. So we have me, you, a shaman. That's the heals and buffs covered. We have a ranger and a rogue. That's DPS and CC. Probably go with the mage. There's the sphere, so here's the entrance. Belwar's an 18 summoner. Would they be interested? Orange Phrase is a 17 wizard. That's closer to our level. Wizard summoner. Summoner has a pet. Well, we'll try the summoner first, and then we'll see Orange bell wire. Ba, 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 ba. We're so close. We're so close. Now, I think we... Did I have a 6th coming? I forget who I've sent tells to. Ah, okay, that spot. No response. So, go to the next option, I guess. Okay, we have a group. Bum, bum, bum. What is that? Why is that open? Okay. Oh, they are in group. Okay. I'll be pulling, and I'll be giving instruction. We don't want to step on that other group. They're not high enough for roses, so I guess they'll post up in safe room. Use loot mode round. Oh shoot, that means I have to loot. Okay. I don't. I'm not fussy. These characters don't exist the same time tomorrow, so I believe it's 2 p.m. Pacific, by the way, that the servers come down. So I believe that would be 4 p.m. Eastern. So we won't be in Pantheon tomorrow, so tonight will be my last night in Pantheon. Until early access. Go ahead and pull. You waiting to go past us? My God. Okay, room. Have a good night. I wasn't. I completely forgot Mont was with us the other night. I completely forgot about the whole 0 for 11 or 1 for 10 or 1 for 11, whatever it was. That's funny. I was pretending to brag in group. The person in the group who's not familiar with me was saying, "You're feeling pretty confident with that interrupt," because I was standing in front of the Ravager. I'm not a pussy. And I told him, I said, "I'm Krushnek." I said, "I'm the best warrior you're going to group with." And then Mont typed up, I forgot Mont was with us last night, or was it the night before? I don't remember. But Mont typed, maybe I chose to forget it because of how bad it went. But Mont was like, yeah, 1 for 10, sure. It's like, shush you. Did I only get one? Oh, I only got one. Nice. What a great pull. This is a perfect group for using techniques. We've got somebody with opening gap and somebody with exposure, but neither one is me. Which is very cool, because the mage can capitalize on exposure, and I can capitalize on opening gap. That was weird. That lag? Holy crap, look at the ping. What happened to the server? I never pay attention, Tinder. You may have to keep reminding me. Peekaboo. Come on, dude. Fine. The mage in the group was up at the beginning of the zone waiting for us. Well, they were already here. But while they were already here and I was getting the group to come here, they went to go AFK and they stood in a bad spot, and the lower level group that was here pulled a couple of Ravagers, and I think he was standing in the cone of one of the Ravagers and died. Anyways, he came back and he said, LOL, I guess I shouldn't AFK here. There's a mob over here in the hallway that has his message. The game has, whenever you're seeing the chat bubbles above NPCs' names, it's for some reason it's taking it from the chat log for the zone. Perfect. That guy pretty much melted. Oh, we got 18 back for the third time. We lost it twice yesterday. What happened there? Well, that's unfortunate. I have to start running back. We'll have to go. I'll have to clear back. Something to do with the trap, I think, from the rogue. Something backfired. So what happened there, just so everybody knows, that doesn't normally happen. All those ghosts that just aggroed us are a floor below us. They're nowhere near us. But there's some kind of bug or glitch with the game where certain abilities, primarily, I think there's an AoE stun, and then I'm guessing something with the rogue, but it causes their effect to travel through floors, and they hit that group of ghosts which ran upstairs. Those ghosts are all like level 21. Like, we're not supposed to be anywhere near them. But for some reason, an ability pulled them all from the basement, which is wild. We had an incident, when was it, 2 weeks ago? Last week? In there as well, where we ended up pulling like 15 of the lizard ratkin type people, and we don't know how we did it, and come to find out it was, I think it was an enchanter ability. I didn't realize you could do that there. That's the first time I've seen them aggroed from those stairs. And if you were here last night, yeah, you would have seen me like pointing out how the floor clips when you're up and back of the stairs. How I was able to see people in the front hallway. You could actually see down into the lower level. You couldn't see the ghosts, but you could see the 2 rooms that they were standing in. So unfortunately, they need to fix that. I'm actually going to make a note, and then I'll check it again at early access. You can't have that. We don't need the Field of Dreams. We have the Field of Spheres. That's kind of humorous. We're talking in group about corpses and people having died throughout the game. And somebody mentioned here that they saw somebody with a tune whose name was An Elf, Anelf. So whenever they died, it would always show an elf's corpse. Corny. I didn't say it was funny. I didn't say it was hilarious. Bum, bum, bum. What are you guys? Wow, they couldn't handle that Ravager, so now they're all gonna die. Oh, yikes. Tinder, don't heal. Come on. Oh, get out. They just got half our group killed. Okay, thankfully we're still alive. Good job, Tinder. Thanks for helping me out there. Lord knows it probably would have taken us forever. What classes are in this other group? They have an enchant. Oh, they have an enchanter. Enchanter should be able to interrupt. 2 rangers. Yeah, they should be okay. Watch this. Note to self. Do not go AFK ever in an area where a Ravager could reach you. This has been fun, man. I'm glad I've been meeting people this week with senses of humor. Fantastic. I hope it stays this way going into early access. I really do. I know there's going to be a lot more people playing. Apparently a whole lot of people who stopped playing months ago will be back. I don't know what their attitudes are like, but I'm sure we'll find goofs under every rock. I'm going to try and keep my friends list as chill as possible. I'm going to do my best anyways to find people that I enjoy grouping with, not just a group. Where's Orange? Is he not accepting a res? Have you sent a res to Orange yet, Tinder? Did they just not respond? Oh, they're bugged again. It says they're here. What is going on with my screen? Oh, they were zoning in. That's why. That group happens to pull what they can't handle. I'm going to pull the ad. I know, it's my turn to loot. I'll get it after the spider. I see it. I'm not looting anything, but I'll loot. Hey Andy, what's happening? You enjoy my streams? Well, thank you, man. I try. You know, we're just chilling. Oh, that's not ours. I am not stuck in the wall. I am stuck in the wall. Shaman may be able to pull out? How? Yo, if the shaman can pull me out of the wall, that'd be fantastic. So, there's currently another bug in the game, guys, and it's funny because I kept telling the groups the past couple of nights to stay away from the walls. If you get too close to the wall, for whatever reason, you get stuck between what is rubble. You can't jump, you can't move, you can't turn. Oh, well, I mean, you can turn, you just can't get out. Orange. You watching the stream? Wiggle, wiggle. They wanted me to stay still for a minute because they thought that they had been informed that the shaman could do something. Maybe cast something on me that would change maybe my character's size, asset, model. Something that would allow me to move. But the shaman didn't have anything, or if they did, it didn't work. Thankfully, during development, they have the stuck command in. That takes me back to original EverQuest. In original EverQuest, they had the same thing. Sometimes you'd be running along and you would get stuck in a rock or between a rock and like a mountainside. And the only way out is to type... I don't know if they had stuck and unstuck or if they had rewind. No, I think they had stuck and unstuck and then rewind came in after. Or other games use rewind. But EQ, I think, had stuck and unstuck. Or maybe it was just unstuck. I think it was just unstuck. Or maybe it was slash stuck. I can't remember. It was something like that. I still love the look of this game, man. I really want them to move that bind stone. They gotta take that bind stone away from Halnirs. That makes it too easy for people to bind there. The whole point of this game is to suffer. Is this zone wall? I think this... Oh, no. It might not be zone wall. Nope, not zone wall. Cool. We'll take this since we're running. I know you guys are going to hate me for saying I wish the bindstone wasn't there, but I do wish the bindstone wasn't there. It's not supposed to be that easy to get around. You're not supposed to be able to get to your destination wherever you're going. A key destination at that, and then just bind next door to it. That doesn't train you to pay attention to points of interest. Where to go. I think I went too far south. There's the spheres there. Oh yeah, I went way wrong. I mean, I'm not asking for the game to be Darkest Dungeon difficult, I get it, but I still think putting a bindstone right next to an important location, because it's an important location. I just think that's... I don't know what the word is. Pansy-ish. There you go. I said it. Amateurish. There we go. We'll say amateurish. That's a better word. I like that word better. You gotta watch these spiders here, these spindle legs. They have a poison that's really bothersome. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they also have a snare, just like the regular spiders. Or a root. The webbing, anyways. You get that in the poison, the tank's pretty much dead. It looks like it's just us here. That's good. As long as I stay away from the walls, we should have a relatively clean clear back to where we were. I think Monterey's almost here. I think he was just shortly behind me. I think he had to sit for a minute and get some health. Oh, I forgot we died. I lost my level again. Oh, man. What? This will be the 4th time I hit 18. I think. I think we hit 18 tonight. Maybe we're not meant to hit 18. Or maybe we're not meant to stay at 18. Maybe we're not meant to hit 19. There you go. Our rogue is just zoning in now, and then we're going to continue. weird. What's your plan during downtime? I have no idea, KHB. I might look at Stalker 2 maybe. See what's going on there. One of these nights I'm going to jump into EQ2 just to show some people EQ2, or at least show them Krushnek. And I have no idea outside of that. Something. I'm currently playing Diablo 4 as well. I'm doing a lot of that offline. Or off stream, I should say. I don't rightly know. I'll figure something out. Something to do. I don't know if we'll have time to play any non-online game start to finish, but I'll figure something out for the next 2 weeks. I was reading news today, man. Apparently, CD Projekt Red is working on Witcher 4 currently, and they're designing it to be way bigger than Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. It's pretty exciting. They want to make an epic sequel, apparently. I'm all for it. I can't wait. What do you play normally, KHB? What are your games? Or what type of games do you play? Or do you play any games? Are you here, KHB? Oh man, people that type once and then bugger off, bugger me. Oh, the single's there. Go back the other way. We took too long. Ah, shite. Crap's gonna get burned. I don't know what Jackass... I don't know what he's doing up there on the wall. Come on. Oh, I had a chance to pull before. We're in trouble. Okay, we're good. Well, that didn't work. Come on, taunt. What happened? There. That was weird. I'm gonna... There we go. Where'd they go? There's the third one. Oh, this guy. You know what? I'm gonna give you a minute to med. Just to be safe. Actually, I might not. Sorry. In advance. I had to do it. The crew boss was in the back wall. Get over here, you. I told you. Leave my healer alone. Thank you. It's not bad. I handled both those guys. Just glad it wasn't a crew boss. I know, I told you to med, and then I keep pulling. Hilly Warrior, what is he doing? I'm actually capitalizing on pathing, just in case you're wondering. I'm not just pulling willy-nilly. I'm seeing the mobs are in certain positions, so I'm taking advantage. I know you're out of mana. You can med now. I won't pull. We got time. Crew boss will be next. Actually, you might not have a lot of time. I gotta pull now. We got him by himself. It's gonna be so strange coming back here, man, in early access. I'm gonna know this whole section. I'm probably gonna have nightmares for the next 2 weeks. There's going to be more of a challenge during early access, though, because I had a little bit of assistance with my gear. I wasn't super jacked at the beginning, but there was a certain point around level 9 where a couple of players helped me out. I didn't ask for it, they just gave me some stuff, and we went from there, but I won't have those same buffers in early access, so we'll have to see how that goes. I'm not even sure what server I'll be on. I don't even know what the servers are going to be. That guy's still broken. What do we got? No trait. No trait. Perfect. Oh, right after these spiders. I always forget about those spiders. We have a few minutes before repops and we only have 2 pulls. Yay, 18 again. Let's see how many shield walls we don't hit. Oh, I just burned my timer. You dumbass. There it goes. Ah, bugger. My bad. We'll count that as 1 for 11. Forgot. I forgot we had reses. Quite a few people on now. Look, see what I mean? Orange got corpses everywhere. Now he's got one back there. Oh, that might have happened during the ghost train. The ghost train of 2024. I remember back in the year 2024 and that old ghost train took out that group and left them with a bunch of questions. Those were the days. Yeah, see, there's a clipping that's happening here. We can see there's no wall. We see the door, the grate that we came in. But that's a crew boss right there. I think. No, that's one of the two... Yeah, it's one of the two trash mobs. In the previous room. Stands in front of each other. Then we have one guard by the door. I don't know what he means by 2 crystals. We have a watcher with no traits, 2 watchers, no traits. We're just waiting for Tinder to get their mana. I don't want to pull without the healer having a solid amount of it. We're in a slightly more difficult place now. We're not burning anything. I'm gonna put my block and parry food on. Let's see how that goes. What do they want to do? Do they want to refresh buffs? Oh, maybe they want to refresh buffs. I mean, I still have 19 minutes. I would think the group would have about the same. Oh, Tinder was AFK. I didn't see it. That's a nice split, though, on this camp. These guys, the ghost and the two ads, as long as we don't take too many AFKs, we shouldn't have difficulty keeping that split. That guy, I don't like that guy's still broken. Makes me uneasy. Wait a minute, why is it drowsy talking? There's no drowsy here. Must have just spawned. Ah, yep, right there. We're gonna have to pull them. The boss is broken, so that'll help. Give me 1 second. Hey, I interrupted that shield wall. Oh, somebody fixed the crew boss. Oh no, that was a different crew boss. That guy's still broken. Okay. Short. Okay. 2. Iron goes first. Might need 2 traps. That's not good. I'll hold what I can. Good stuff. Wait a minute, I can target my banner? That shouldn't happen. Why would I have a need to target my banner? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Let me see. Put that there. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? You guys just chilling? Told you. It's why I think they should move the Bindstone. Or remove it, I should say. It shouldn't be there. Neither one of those Bindstones should be over there. Hey Doxel, what's happening? Watching the gameplay to see what to look forward to when the 13th comes around? Oh, you haven't played the game yet? I mean, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You and a few friends will be playing. So none of you and your friends have played the game yet? You guys have just been watching? Or you've just been watching? I'm guessing you haven't pledged? Just watching. Well, I should let you know if you don't know. Tomorrow being the last day for pledge, and no, I have nothing to do with Visionary Realms. But if you plan on playing the game, you guys should pledge. Because pledging gets you an extra copy of the game. So even if you had, say, 5 friends, 6 friends, you'd only need to pull together enough money for 3 pledges, and you could gift the other 3 copies. Right? Everybody pays a fraction for the game, and y'all win. I don't know why more people don't do it. Like, seriously, like it makes sense. I've had people come in here and try and fight me on it, and you obviously don't have financial information or financial wherewithal, because it makes sense to pledge if you plan on playing. If you don't plan on playing, then of course don't do anything. But you only have till tomorrow, and the pledges stop, and I have no idea what they're going to do when early access opens. Hey, Extreme, no mounts? No mounts. This is not an easy mode game. You have to explore. There is no map. You have to memorize waypoints. You have to recognize locations and know where to go. This isn't your WoW. This isn't your Final Fantasy 14. This is a whole different beast. This is like classic EQ, only newer. This is not a friendly game to people who want an easy time. There are corpse runs. There are bad groups. There are tons of, unfortunately, bad players that you keep finding because they want everything yesterday. This is not that game. You need to think all the time. You need to think. You need to be smart about everything you do in this game. You need to work. If you're not willing to do that, don't play this game. If you're planning to come here with just a friend or a spouse or something and you guys want to pair up and play the game, don't do that because you will not have fun. I promise you, you will not have fun. You will need groups. Soloing will be very tedious. It'll be possible, but it'll be very, very tedious. You will not excel at soloing. Something will stop you. Something will hinder you through the game. Game looks good. Dude, I absolutely love the appearance of the game. I love it. The lighting, the moon, the sun, the lamps, everything is just fantastic. Every millimeter of this game has sound. There's audio, ambience. Like, just listen. You can hear the insects. Like, there's sound everywhere. Dude, this game is fantastic. People just want to complain and whine and troll and see if they can get rises out of people over this. But the game's great. Crossroads. Oh, wait, I'm at the crossroads. We need to go to the fort, right? So I need Manor. Manor's this way. Game looks a bit dated. Well, what would you compare it to? Like, it's its own, it's a unique art style, right? Like, you could say, well, Final Fantasy 14 is more smoother, more rounded characters, what have you. Yeah, but that's different. That's like an anime feel. This is not an anime feel, right? This is a grittier feel. This is supposed to be more like leaning. Oh no! I know, but people always say about the appearance that it looks dated, and it's not necessarily that it looks dated. It's just there's nothing out there right now to compare it to. And the newer games, like you have, well, what is out right now? Ashes is still in development, but Ashes is its own thing. Ashes, the team at Ashes is like 50 times larger than Visionary Realms, so their game is going to look, I mean, it looks really good. I guess it still has a lot of work to be done. I had some players in here, when was it? About a week ago, week and a half ago. Might have even been 5 days ago. They were talking about Ashes. They said it still has quite a bit of work to be done, even though it looks good. I watched a bit of the video where they showed the giants and then the raid encounter with the ancient ones. That looked interesting, but I have an issue with it. My issue is this. I watched the raid video they had of the two ancient one targets, and there were maybe 30 players there. The individual leading the raid had instructed everybody to stay away from each other and stay at range, kind of like the old joke on World of Warcraft Onyxia when the guy says, you know, don't stand in the middle, or stand in the middle but don't stand next to anybody. And everybody was throwing stuff. There were arrows, wands, fireballs, whatever, and there was like nobody meleeing. And then periodically one dude would run up and try and tank the thing, and I'm thinking to myself, is Ashes a range game? Like, that doesn't sound fun to me. That's not fun. I don't want a range game. I want people to be able to, like, people need to move through the battlefield. And it just seemed like everybody was staying at ranged. And I thought that was weird. Now, maybe it's just the one encounter? I don't know. But I still thought it was weird. But it looked really nice, like, for what they're going for. I mean, I've been following Ashes for, I don't know, probably 3 years now. I think, since they started releasing their developer videos, like during COVID. I think it was during COVID. I don't remember, man. Time flies. But anyhow, between both games, I'm looking for a game where you have to be more strategically savvy. You have to be thinking. I can't sit there and face roll because 20 other people are doing their job, so I really don't have to do anything. Between Ashes and Pantheon, from what I've seen, I need Pantheon. This game must happen. I need this. I have done nothing but run with pug groups for the past week, and every single group I've run with has been fantastic. All the players have been great. And that's with pug groups. And this is a difficult game. You wait till early access will be interesting, because not only will a lot of people be coming back and a lot of new people be playing it for the first time, but you're probably going to see more streamers playing Pantheon. Might not be big streamers, but you'll see more streamers, and it'll be interesting to see how they handle all the players. Oh, I went too far. Tell me there's not a run. There is not a run. I just keep forgetting to turn it on. It's numlock. There's also a sprint. There's also a climb. There's a climbing stat. It uses endurance. You build up endurance as you climb. You have to build up endurance in order to be able to climb higher. This game is built vertically as well as horizontally. There's a bunch of stuff you have to get higher for. There are special locations, regions, mobs. Didn't know this was coming out until a week ago, and I'm hyped. Oh, really? Well, I mean, it's not, obviously it's not retail as we've been talking. It is early access, so they probably still have it, honestly, and they may say otherwise, but they probably have about a year, at least a year. Right now, in-game, from my understanding, and I don't know all the information, because I'm trying not to have everything ruined for me. I want to see everything as it comes into the game. Right now, we have 2 zones that are available. We have Throne Fast, which is the zone I'm in right now, and we have Avendir's Pass, which is the zone I was just in where that dungeon was. When early access starts on December 13th, we're getting 3 more zones, and the 3 zones that we're getting apparently are double the size of these zones, so they're massive. So the game is going to get much, much larger on December 13th. With that said, there'll be new gear, new abilities, more stuff. There'll just be a whole bunch of stuff. And then, of course, even though they're in early access, it's still testing. So people are still going to have to run, the mid-level stuff, the level 20 stuff. People are going to have to get up to level 30. There's not many people that got to level 30 during this season to explore the end game. There are a lot of people up in their 20s, but nobody's up in their 30s yet. And 40, I believe, is the end game. 40 is the what you would consider the classic max level. I did play EQ when it first came out, but we had paper map. That's pretty much what it comes down to, Extreme. This is old school. There is no map. I'm pressing my M key right now, and there is nothing popping up, and there will not be. You need to remember everything. Now, I'm sure once the game comes out, someone's going to have websites up somewheres with information for this, but I'm not going to bother. The only thing I'm doing is I'm writing down recipes. So for crafting, for example, for provisioning, we've discovered like 25 recipes, so I've got those written down. Hey, Salted, what's happening? Corpse runs are still here, Extreme. When you die, you respawn with the gear that you have equipped, but everything else is left on your body. We were just in Halnir's Cave, which is the, I guess you could call it the low to mid-level dungeon. Level, let's say level 10 to level 30. I've now been asked to help out at a place called The Fort. The Fort is level 18 to, I want to say 23, 22. But this is a tougher camp than where we just were. There are mages here that just absolutely destroy everybody. So we're gonna have to be. It's been. I haven't been here for a couple of seasons. I was here on my previous warrior. What level is Necro Corpse Summon? I know, right? Unfortunately, there isn't one as of yet. I have a level 19 Necro, and I don't have anything to do with corpses. Will there be placeholder mobs for name spawns that drop rare loot? There will be names that drop rare loot, and there won't necessarily be placeholders as much as there will be spawns. There are no set timers. Nobody knows the timers. I don't know what they're using to calculate the spawn chances. There are placeholders for names. So you may run by 1 hour and you see a dire wolf. You may run by 3 hours later and there's Frankenstein. And you won't want to stay in one given spot unless you're in a dungeon, because there is somewhat mob density, but you have to move around. Like we're in the overworld right now, in a place like the camp. This we can stay. We don't have to worry about gradually moving through a camp. This is a big area right here. This is a big fort of bad dudes. But in most of the game, when you're leveling up, especially the first 10 levels, you're going to be moving around. Now, as of right now, they allow us to server jump. So what that means is, if we have a group together and we go to a specific area, but that area is camped, and we can't find a good spot for the group, we can all jump over to another server and see if that spot is populated over on the other server. I don't know if they're going to keep that through early access. I haven't followed up with that. I don't know. I would think they would, because they're going to want players to get as much game time in as possible, even through early access. When retail comes out, I expect them to stop it. You're going to pick your server, and that's your server. So if you're with a guild, or if you're with friends, you're all going to want to make sure you wait until somebody gets on a server, and then say, come to this server. Ah, they said there wouldn't be? Gotcha. Early access will be interesting. Now, mind you, you level slowly in this game. Even in a static group, leveling does slow down. So, you have to be ready for that. And if you die, it does hurt. You lose like 5% of your XP. Priests will have a res at a certain level, and they have reses kind of like EQ. In EQ, you have a res that's percentage based, right? You might get an early res, or you might have to wait to get to level 50, and then you get a 25% res, and then level 55, you get a 50% res, and level 60, you get a 75% res for XP regain. This game has a similar thing, but right now the priests have 25%. So even if you res at 25%, it's 25% of that 5% you lost, and that 5% takes quite a while to get back. So, in essence, the game will punish you for failure. And people like myself are looking for that because we need a challenge. I've played everything, and there's nothing else out there I want to play right now because it's all pretty much steamroll. This game is not steamroll. Although I will say, I do make it look easy. I will say that. I do make it look easy. I'm not ashamed to say it. People have told me that, so don't think this game is easy. It is not. I just understand this game. I've been a raid tank and a tank for a very, very, very long time in pretty much every single MMO RPG that's come to North America or opened to North America or launched to North America. So I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to... Why can't I get this open? What is going on? Sorry guys, I'm distracted. There we go. I got it. What class am I playing right now? We are playing a warrior. I'm a human warrior, level 18 at the moment. So this is the character sheet. These are all your inventory slots, similar to EQ. This is your primary weapon slot. This is your secondary slot. This is your range. This is your ammunition, of course. This bottom row here is your inventory. So you have your main inventory, which are these 10 slots. And then your additional inventory are these 5 slots here. These are where your bags go. You can see over here, these are all your weapon skills, just like EQ. Or adventuring skills, I should say. Over here in the top left, you have an adventuring tab and a professions tab. When you click on the professions tab, it goes to all your crafting. So you have your harvesting tools here. You have your profession skills here. Woodworking, woodcut, there's a whole bunch of them here. A whole bunch of them. And then here is your schematic bag. And your schematic bag is pretty much where your recipes are. Now, as the game stands right now, you can access all trade skills all the time. However, when crafting gets further into the early access and closer to launch, my understanding is you're going to be able to pick one main trade skill, one secondary trade skill that you won't be able to master, and then you'll have to rely on other trade skillers if you need other sub-combines and whatnot. So there's that interdependability that there should be. Crafting is sort of EQ. You go out, you harvest material, you go and you make So, for example, if you're doing weapon crafting or armor crafting, you go out in the world, you harvest ore, you skin animals for leather, and you pick up wood. And then you go back to, say, a smelter. You take all the raw ore that you've got, you go to the smelter, and you turn it into lumps, which you then combine into ingots. There's different tiers. There's Asherite, which is level 1, it makes Asherium ore. So you have Asherium ingots, you'll have copper ingots, you'll have ash and bronze ingots, you'll have iron ingots as you level up the different tiers. Then you take those ingots and you go to the anvil, or what is the forge, and then you have your items that you make. So, as an example, if I am going to make armor, go down here to the icons. This isn't gear, these are just schematics. You can see in the tooltip that it says schematic, crude splinted bracers. So if I wanted to make these bracers, I would go to the armor smith, purchase the schematic, then I would look at the schematic, go to the forge, find the crude splintered braces, and it would say you need 3 leather padding, 1 something something, and 2 armor plates. So then you have to go out and you have to craft the armor plates, and then you have to go out and craft the leather. Then you take all those materials, you go back to the anvil, and then you make your final item. So it's closer to EQ's style crafting. Like, it's closer to an actual trade skill, what a real-life blacksmith would do. Crafting will be a grind as well. Oh my goodness, crafting will be a grind. I will give you guys, I shouldn't give you guys a heads up, but I'll give you guys a heads up. I found outfitting and leatherworking to be the fastest to level up in the beginning. The worst is armor smithing and weaponsmithing, because it relies on ore, and ore is not a plenty. Ore is spread out around this game, around these maps. You have to go looking. You will run the entire map all day long, and probably still not have enough ore to do whatever you want to do that day. Most of this group hasn't been here before, so this is going to be interesting. I've been here before. This will be a bit of a test. Now, we're here at the fort. A lot of the server is somewheres under level 20 or around level 20, so most groups are in AVP, which is the next zone over. Because the alpha, that's what I'm calling it, season 6, because it's ending tomorrow, this is technically the last night for anybody who plays in the evenings. So I stream in the evenings, which means I won't be streaming Pantheon tomorrow because the servers will be down. All the servers come down tomorrow afternoon because they go on a 2-week hiatus while they prepare for early access. So this group wanted to come here and try something new because it's the last night, which makes sense. So it's all about having a good time. Loot doesn't matter, XP doesn't matter, nothing's going to matter because in 15 hours it's all going to be gone. So who cares? Hey Ryan. Hey Stogrim, what's going on? Cooking is a pain too? Yes, cooking is a pain too because you have to figure out the recipes yourself. There is no master chef to go talk to, and there's a lot of items you have to try and combine at the oven or the brewing table. Are crafted items good? Or they have it set up so that crafted items are pretty much necessary. Loot is not a plenty in this game. There's a lot of loot, but not a lot of gear. So, for example, earlier this evening we were in a cave dungeon called Halnir's Cave. In there's a humanoid faction known as the Black Rose. They can drop like tier 1 armor pieces. Nothing special, no stats. However, if you kill and you get lucky enough down there, the Black Roses can spawn an individual called the Warden. If you're lucky enough, you end up getting something like the Warden's Blade, which I already have as you can see here. So it's what you would consider a magical weapon like in D&D rules because it has the physical damage but also has +2 to strength and +1 to dex. This is best in slot right now for the first 20 levels of the game. And then this is a crafted weapon. Ashen Bronze Hand Axe. This is a tier 2 crafted weapon. So as you can see, it's one hand with a damage of 7 and a delay of 2.1. That's really good compared to a 10 damage two-hander. Now, this two-hander used to be 20 physical damage, which made sense. To me anyways, it made sense. A two-handed weapon should hit harder. However, they applied a patch last week that changed, some people say nerf, but that decreased all the damage stat values on weapons. So a lot of weapons went down half damage, but here's why. Up until the patch from last week, stats weren't taking effect. So for example, your strength, stamina, con, agility, dex, anything you added to this, it doesn't matter. They were just numbers you could look at. They didn't affect your damage. They applied the patch last week, and stats make a difference now. Stats have an effect in game. So that automatically brings up the quality of damage. However, it was too high for them. So what do? Do you turn stats off and make all magical gear garbage? Or do you lower the damage of weapons to bring everything in line? So that's what they did. They lowered the weapon damage so that it would, line up with the stat increase. That's what they're testing right now. They want it to stay challenging. People think because they dropped the weapon damage, they made the game 50 times more longer now. That's not what they did. They're trying to find a fine balance. Think of it like a scale. They're trying to balance the scale properly so that they get the sweet spot for damage. Oh, the other thing. This game has a system in it called acclimation. Acclimation is pretty cool. There are going to be certain regions all through the world that you will not get to unless you're geared towards that resistance. For example, in the next zone over, they have an area called, I believe it's called Hangor, and it's where the Frost Orcs live. You can't go there normally because it's in what's called a frigid biome, like snow. If you've played Valheim, it's like going into a snow biome in Valheim. So with acclimation, you have your different acclimates here. You have scorching, frigid, I just spoke about that, wind shear, toxic, anaerobic, and pressure. Pressure would be like gravity, like forces that work against you, or a force that works against you. With frigid, what you have to do is, there's a quest in the next zone that you have to unlock. You have to go find an item. The game doesn't tell you where to go find stuff. You have to trip over it, for lack of a better term. But once you complete the quest, you unlock an NPC where you can purchase glyphs that you socket into your different armor. So the helm, this would be where you socket your glyphs. So let's say you have frigid glyphs because you want to go to Hangor. Then you go to your chest, you'd socket another one, and so on and so forth. Once you're socketed with that, depending on how high your frigid level is, you'll be able to go further into Hangor or stay longer into Hangor without dying, getting dotted, what have you. As far as I know, I haven't been able to do it because I'm not high enough, so I didn't bother to buy the glyphs. The area is like a mid-20 zone. I'm only level 18. I'd get my... Oh, this is another thing. Levels matter. In games like WoW and EQ, you could be level 15, and if you're in a group, you could take on level 20 content and you'd be okay. This is not that game. You'd be lucky to get 2 levels above your group's average level and have a decent time. So again, challenging game. I don't know if glyphs are interchangeable, but I believe they are. I think once you purchase them, you have them. And then you just swap them in and out depending on where you're going. And that's why you have a glyph pouch. So you can see 6 slots, 6 slots. So 4 different acclimates it looks like. So you may have to pick and choose. Well, I'm assuming they're not going to have all of them available at one time until the full game comes out. So I'm guessing you're going to have to pick and choose. The game's got a lot of cool stuff. And early access is going to be an interesting thing to look at, for sure. And again, I'm not a know-it-all at this. I'm learning as I go. But I make friends. I find out a bunch of information. We experiment with stuff. I don't back down from a challenge. I'm looking forward to early access. I really am. So, I'm not going to tank here. We have a paladin in the group, and the paladin is new to the camp. I don't want to know it all on anybody. People need to experience stuff for themselves, so we're going to DPS. So I think I might actually break out the two-hander for this. I'm not giving these guys, and that includes you, Tinder. Nobody's getting a heads up. We're going to go into this. I'm going to be as vague and bland as possible. It's your guys' first time being here as a group. This is the last night. You guys are going to struggle and figure stuff out. That's what's going to happen. I'm okay with dying. I could care less. My character won't exist tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Vague and bland. That's right, Vec. Just like mayonnaise. Hey, El Gordo, what's happening? How you doing, man? How's your Saturday? And again, I'll say this again. I've said it a couple times already. To anybody who is interested in playing this game, please consider pledging. Because if you pledge, you get yourself an extra copy of the game through what's called a buddy key or a buddy code, and you can actually get somebody else to come in and play the game, and it's only going to cost you the one price. If you don't do that, you'll have to buy individual copies on release. Just saying, you got a spouse, you got a best friend, you got a homie. Pledge, pick up your buddy key. It's not a scam. You're paying the exact same price, if not less, than what you would when the game comes out. So, and you get a second copy of the game. Like, I'm genuinely serious. It's a win-win. If you don't do it, serves you right. If you're cool with it, by all means. But I'm just saying, people always have hesitation and speak out their butt when it comes to stuff like pledging and whatnot. But I'm telling you, it's the cheapest way to get the most out of the game. Period. Plus, you get whatever bonus items come with it. And definitely wishlist it on Steam, please. We need as many eyeballs to see this as possible. And it'll get out to more people if more people wishlist it. And I say that because I want this game to come out. I need this game. If for whatever reason in the universe, if this game ever didn't come out, if all of a sudden tomorrow Visionary Realms just imploded and it was gone, I'm screwed because I don't have anything else to jump into. I've already done Final Fantasy XIV. I can't go back to EQ again because I'll get addicted. I'm not doing EQ 2. We're not doing Guild Wars 2 again. We're not doing ESO. We're not doing Black Desert Online. We're not doing whatever else is out there. I've done them all. I got max level characters. I'm good. I don't need the return. I need this game. Throne and Liberty is not an MMORPG. As far as I'm concerned, that's an ARPG. Oh, yeah, you're doing fine. Dude, you're way ahead of me. You're way ahead of me now. You still miss having a friend to play with? I may jump back into Throne and Liberty at some point. Maybe I jump back in during the 2 week break. I don't have any real plan for the next 2 weeks. Once the servers come down tomorrow, I might look at Stalker 2. Maybe I don't. I have no idea. There's Throne and Liberty. There's Diablo 4, Destiny 2. Aeon, okay, yeah, Aeon 2. That's so. I need to see gameplay. I need to see solid. I need to see 10 minutes of gameplay. Just so anybody knows, I know how to handle this camp, but I'm not saying anything. I gotta help him out with this. So with techniques like opening gap and expose, you want to apply them every time they come up because it allows the other classes to use their follow-up abilities to add additional debuffs that you don't normally have access to. They don't stack, so if you see somebody already... They don't stack, so if you see somebody already has it applied, don't worry about recasting it. Wait for somebody to follow up and it disappears. And with the game, Most classes don't have a follow-up until between levels 12 and 14, so for example in Early Access, you may get the starters for Opening Gap, particularly on Mages, and then Expose on Melee, but you won't be able to follow up with it until you're probably around level 12, so just keep that in mind if you're grouped with anybody and say, hey, can anybody follow up with Opening Gap, or can anybody follow up with Expose? Most people are probably going to say, what are you talking about? Those of us that know will say, nope, not until level 12 or 13 or 14 or whatever. So there would be several. So for example, you put on Opening Gap, and then I have an ability as a warrior called Disarming Strike that I get at level 16, and it says deals damage to your target and exploits the Opening Gap state, reducing the enemy's outgoing damage by 8%. So that's a damage debuff of 8% to the target. So every time I see Opening Gap, I'm going to try and hit mine. However, a rogue may have a follow-up to Opening Gap that does a different type of debuff. So it's really a matter of understanding or paying attention to the two icons. And what I mean by that is when you put Opening Gap, which is a reticle or a bullseye or a target, when I put on Disarming Strike, it turns into like a flexing muscle. And if you mouse over it, you'll see that it says 8% less damage or whatever. You have to get familiar with those icons that piggyback over each other. Expose opens up a... It doesn't. No. Expose and Opening Gap are two different starters. Expose will put a debuff that classes can put a different type of debuff on, and Opening Gap will open so people can put a follow-up. You can't Open Gap and Expose, or Expose and Open Gap. They're starters. You have to wait for the follow-ups. No worries. That's all I'm going to tell them. I'm not telling them anything about the camp. We're all just going to have fun here this evening. I'm not saying anything, but they asked something about combat technique, and I wanted to make sure they had a clear understanding. I like this. It's not often I get the DPS. I enjoy tanking. I love tanking, but I like when somebody else does it too. So if you notice now, you'll see there's a faded flexed muscle that has the mob in a rattled state. That was my follow-up to your Opening Gap. I have no info other than Unreal Engine 5. EQ2 is all the skeletons make a super annoying cackling. Yeah. So, funny thing, Vec, this game had that until this season. this guy would cackle to his heart's content, and it was hilarious. But because everybody complained and whined about it, they changed it and made him sound like a zombie now. So skeletons sound like zombies. They have like this rattled breathing, and they have no lungs. So there's no more cackle, but there used to be. And who knows, maybe it comes back? I have no idea. But they used to have the cackle in this game. They listen. They listen to a lot of things. The question is, in a selfish fashion, am I happy with what they listen to? I'm gonna keep those opinions to myself until early access, and then I might talk more about them. It's not the cleric, it's the tank. Not Shadowheart, it's Tenderheart. Well, sir, what is going on here? I guess I'd call you Shadowheart. You good with that? Tinder. Wait a minute, December 13th is a Friday? EA starts on Friday the 13th? Wait a minute, is that true? Is the 13th of December a Friday? That's hilarious. Yo, what is with the Oh, ping is still good. Uh-oh, I don't have my shield on. I can't solo and the healer's down. Monk's coming after me. Monk wants to touch my bum. Fantastic. Okay, you know what? I think just to be safe, we should get our interrupt and stuff back. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Oh. Here we go. We're good. That's wild. Okay. I just won the KFC bucket of chicken award. Dude, I probably could eat a whole bucket of chicken right now. And then I'd probably have a heart attack afterwards. But man, it would be good. I haven't had KFC in so long. Get ready for this, people. Hope you got your popcorn. That's a bit close. Oh, well, I shouldn't say anything. If you guys notice, the combat music is a bit different than it was earlier this evening, because these guys are so much higher. This is like epic combat music. If you aggro something in... no, you know what? I'm not going to finish that. You guys can figure it out. That was interesting. You know what's cool to see? I've been watching the chat the last couple of nights. A lot of people, a lot of players have made comments that have said, I've started to play so-and-so. I didn't think I was going to like it. I actually love what they've done with it. And I've seen that for 7 different classes. If that doesn't tell you something. I just saw it again. This fort goes all the way back there and up into the mountain. It's a big area. It doesn't look it when you look here because you see the rock here, so you think it's just this area, but all back there is wide open. You can actually climb up here in the back and look down and see the whole camp. I don't recommend it, but you can. I don't know what's with the lag all of a sudden since we got to this camp. Because it's not just the area, it'd be the whole server. But it wasn't lagging like this the whole night. Oh, there's a fair number of people on. That's probably why. I cannot interrupt that Ravens. That's the AoE stun I keep trying to interrupt. Here we go. Okay, this lag is getting ridiculous. What is going on? There's not that many players on the server that they're lagging the server, so I don't know what they're doing. Whoops. I knew that was gonna fall. My bad. I mean, I took it off of Tinder. As long as I can keep 5 levels of Strike of Breaking on her, we'll be fine. That's how you cripple her armor class. The problem is landing it because she's orange, which means she's 2 to 3 levels higher. I stole it for a second so Tinder had time to heal him. I'm really not digging this lag, man. What is happening? Oh, they ran the other way. Come on. Connect so I can get that readiness. There we go. Now we just dropped his DPS by 8. So I will say this to those of you that are watching. If you notice, my character is not as active. I'm not using my skills as often as I was in Halnir's Cave. And the reason being is, all these mobs are 2 to 3 levels higher than us. My readiness meter is reliant on me hitting with my weapon. So if I empty out my readiness meter with my rotation, and then I have to get my readiness back, but I keep missing the mob because they're a higher level, I don't get that readiness back to use the skills, so it really slows down the game, and that can be a problem. And that's intentional because it wants you and the group to think about what you're fighting and what you should be fighting based on how often you hit something, how often you land something, etc. So when everything lands, everything is good. But everything is not landing here because these guys are 2 to 3 levels higher. So that's why it seems like I'm not doing a whole lot, because that white bar is not filling up fast enough. Just in case you guys were wondering. Some people will sit there and go, oh, the game looks very plain, all you're doing is swinging your axe and hitting a skill every couple minutes. That's why, because I'm missing. That's why these skills aren't lighting up so often. And if it's happening to me, it's happening to the rest of the group as well. That's a good hit. So one of the cool things about the warrior class, with these banners, which I was waiting for forever, and they only came in last week, they've had them on other servers for testing, but they had them disabled here. The banner of arms that I keep putting down, I don't typically use this unless we're fighting harder content, and the reason being is this specific banner increases our hit rate across the whole group. We're missing a whole lot. Normally I would play Banner of Onslaught because that's melee DPS that buffs up physical damage, but we don't need that right now. We need to be able to hit this stuff. So that's why I'm using the Banner of Arms. There are 6 or 7, I think, different types of banners that you get as you go through the game. That's my understanding. They are significant, and it's kind of what adds to the uniqueness of the warrior, because it means that the warrior could be used in pretty much every group under every situation for any reason whatsoever, because of its versatility, which is pretty cool. We also have banners that increase everybody's crowd control resistance, so mezzes, stuns, knockbacks get resisted. But I don't play with those either because you can only have so many banners up, and I can't afford to take these down. This is my group DPS buff called Furious Howl. This is a new skill that I got that increases everybody's melee and casting speed, and then I have my shield block, which blocks the next source of damage coming in. But again, it all comes down to how do you play. It's all about thinking, it's all about tactics. You don't just get your skills and say, okay, I'm going to socket it and run with it. You have to pay attention. I'm using skills that I've had since like level 1, level 5. But the banners are a huge help. And again, we haven't had them the whole time I've been in alphas or seasons, whatever you want to call this. So the fact that we have them now is fantastic. Ooh, I just kicked for 18? I think it's the best kick I've had. Is he broken? He's broken. He's not attacking. We got lucky with this one. He's broken. Hey, so what's happening? Been a while. How you been, man? What's going on? How's life? How's your Saturday? Wouldn't he be out of mana? He's still not attacking, though. These are all dots. I see he's not, there's no red text. He's not even meleeing. Yeah, see? Every now and then that happens to mobs. I just didn't realize that it was going to happen still. But there's times when you're in areas and you're killing stuff, and a mob will break. That's why you guys are like full health. Like there's no fight in the game where you would not throw a heal. You can pretty much run up in melee now at this point. I wonder what causes that. We tried to figure that out a couple months back. When I had the other warrior, we tried to figure out what was breaking characters. I thought it was where they were standing, but it wasn't. We were up in the manor, and we were pulling stuff. And probably every 9 or 10 pulls, there'd be a mob that would just stop. We couldn't figure out what was going on. We just beat it down and away we go. We pull some more, then another mob would just stop. And I thought it was because I was standing on the cliff, and I thought, well, maybe the game's not registering the terrain, so we moved to the grass, but they still stopped. I don't know what causes it. We couldn't figure it out. We spent like 2.5 hours trying to figure out why they were broken. How does Pantheon feel? Good. It feels good. It feels good. It plays good. The patch they did last week really improved the game. They have swimming in the game. I think swimming still needs a little bit of work. But the warrior got... So, the warrior up until last week only had up to his level 10 skills. So even though in essence, you could go through and level your warrior to level 40, but they would only have up to their level 10 skills. Level 11 and above weren't in the game. Last week, they implemented an update which put all the skills in the game, and the warrior became pretty sexy, at least to me. So I'm even more excited to play the warrior. But they've done a lot of stuff with the patch last week that changed the game, changed most of the classes. Now, the servers come down tomorrow, and they go on a 2-week hiatus until December 13th, and then on December 13th, they start early access. When they start early access, the game is going to be much bigger than it is right now. Much bigger. So, should be pretty cool. We should see some more cities or more towns. I think the evil races might have a place to start, which would be nice. Not everybody starting in the same town. I'm looking forward to it. A lot of people that I've been grouped with the past week, they've all had compliments. Everybody's talking compliments about this game. I haven't seen... I kept telling people... I had some viewers come in over the last few nights, and of course, they make, you know, negative comments on the game. Whether it's based off information they know, or whether or not they're just pulling it out of their butt, I have no idea. But I keep shutting them down and justifying, you know, the game's improvements and how the game plays now. But the game plays exactly how it's supposed to. I don't see them changing much for the combat. The combat is pretty much where it should be. We are in an area right now with higher level mobs than should be for a fluid crawl. Does it feel like EQ? It feels like an updated EQ. It feels more like Vanguard. If you ever played Vanguard Saga of Heroes, it's more active than EQ. It's definitely grittier. I'm not gonna say, I don't like saying difficult, Because as I always say here, I believe difficulty is relative, so I try not to say things are harder or easier, because what might be harder for me could be easier for you and vice versa. But I will say, this game will be a challenge to a lot of people. You will need patience. You will need a sense of humor. You will need to do your job 100% of the time, no matter what class you're playing and what role you're fitting in a group. If you're not paying attention, you will cost the group. And this game is severe enough that people will stop grouping with you. Not a lot of hand-holding? No hand-holding. For the most part. Yeah, no hand-holding. Like, for example, the camp that we're at right now, this is called the Fort. I know quite a bit about the Fort, but I'm not telling anybody in the group. Because it's the last night of the alpha access, and they wanted to come here as something new and different, so I'm letting them run their thing. I'm doing a couple of little tricks to make it easier on the group, but I'm not saying anything about it. I want these guys to figure it out. So far, we're doing fine. No problem. But this content is 2 to 3 levels higher than the average level of the group. Realistically, there are better places we could go for a smoother crawl, but they wanted to come here as the last night. They wanted to see a new area, so I'm game. The characters all disappear tomorrow anyway, so it doesn't matter. Gotta set the name of the classes and you go, oh yeah, I can talk while we're fighting. We have a paladin who I told they're gonna tank. I'm not gonna tank. I want them to tank. We have a ranger. We have a cleric for our healer. We have a necromancer for DPS and crowd control. And we have an enchanter for crowd control. These classes are phenomenal. The rogue, holy smokes, the rogue is fantastic. The rogue is great DPS. The rogue is also great crowd control. The rogue can put traps down, which can actually lock mobs down, kind of like a root. It almost works like a mez. Dude, the necromancer. I have a level 19 necromancer. The necromancer's phenomenal. There's so much you can do with these classes. And I've been tanking on this character for the past 2 months since Season 6 started. But even in a DPS position that I'm in now, I'm fantastic because I buffed the group with the banners and whatnot. I remember a decent group of people complained about certain classes getting crowd control. It makes perfect sense, man. A rogue is supposed to handle trap. They have been brilliant with how they've built the classes. Absolutely brilliant. Now, last time we pulled a monk, our tank accidentally died towards the end of the fight, so I'm going to try and make sure that doesn't happen. There's a couple of skills here that you have to, hopefully try to interrupt. Get off the healer. Missed that one. Get off the healer. Missed. It's great they make it more versatile. Yes. Yes, it's yeah. Any tank will tank. I won't necessarily say any heal can heal, because we only have 2 healers in the game right now. We have the cleric and the shaman. The druid isn't in yet. Now maybe the druid shows up during early... Well, I mean, I would think the druid's going to show up during early access. The cleric is your better healer, but your worst buffer. The shaman is an okay healer, but the ultimate buffer. So there's a trade-off there. But as far as the warrior, the paladin, and the dire lord, they're all pretty awesome in their own way. I can't land strike breaking. I can't get the AC down. I wouldn't say Shadow Knight-ish. Tinderheart has no mana. I'm going down. You guys gotta run. I'm not gonna say anything. Let him go. Let him go. So, with the creatures in this game, the creatures come with what are called traits. So this is the enemy marquee here. I don't know if we're gonna get out of here. We should be okay up here. So if you notice... Oh, no! Oh no, poor Delphi. Oh, I couldn't get to the cliff in time. Oh, Delphi, that was... I thought for sure we were safe. Oh, I thought for sure we were safe. Paid homage. I was wrong. Oh no, I'm back in AVP, aren't I? I haven't rebound. Whoops. Oh well. Whoopsie daisy. Bum, 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 bum. What? What is happening? So, what are you doing, man? Dude. 5 subs to the channel. I have a hype train. What the? Thanks, man. It's appreciated. I feel like maybe I should have that volume turned down a little bit. Congratulations to those viewers who will not get ads for the next 30 days. Thanks, Oh, it doesn't play on your end? You don't hear anything, you just see it? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, so it's just annoying to me then. Oh, wait a minute. That's not right. It should sound on stream. Why is it not sounding on stream? Oh, I know why. Ah, okay, yeah, right. That's why. I have it muted because I have voice chat. If I wasn't in voice chat right now, I'd have it turned on and you would hear the sound. Well, thank you nonetheless. Much appreciated. Stream has you wanting to play it more? Dude, feel free to look at the last 5 days of streams. If you go to my VODs and you've got time, you're just doing something you want to run in the background, look at yesterday or the day before, or I think Tuesday, or maybe even Saturday. I spent most of the time in Halnir's Cave, which is a group dungeon. I don't think we ever had a hype train before. That's cool. Wonder when they changed to this. I wouldn't necessarily call this cartoony. They were supposed to change it to a more cartoony cell, almost like a Borderlands type graphic. They decided against it at the last minute and went with this, I don't know what you would call it. Almost like Marvel. Like if you look at it's like Marvel CGI. Yeah, now the one problem I have, if you notice, I don't know why they have it like this, but when I blink, you see my hat move too. Like I must have tight skin up here on the forehead. That must be it. But it's only with this helmet. Everybody else doesn't have that when they've got like hoods on or caps on or what have you. But for some reason, this coif has a tie into my blinking. My favorite graphic is the skeleton. Oh my goodness, I love the skeleton graphic, the character model. That is a fantastic character model. That's my favorite character model in the game. It's the skeleton. It used to cackle like an EQ, but a couple months ago they got rid of it, and now they gave it this raspy breathing like a zombie. What just happened? Okay, what emote is this? Good one. QA Twitch partner. Okay, whatever. Yay, there's a emote in the chat. Whatever. Yay, I don't even know. I don't even know. It said open hype chest, and I opened it, and that's what popped up. I'm totally easy. Doesn't matter. I've been everywhere you can be at this level, so whatever you guys feel like doing, I'm in for the ride. My current level, we are currently 18. We have no way to know how much XP we need. They don't tell you. You just have your bar. You can't see it. You won't see it if I turn off the cam either. I have to get rid of the border. We're about 11% in. So if you look down at the very bottom, underneath the skills here, this is your XP bar. It's very thin, almost like EQ2 XP bar. But leveling is not fast in this game. This game is a crawl. Or grind, however you want to look at it. How many hours to get 17? Oh, that's a good question. I know you could probably get level 10 in just over 10 hours, I think. It's a good question. Let me see. Flash played. Unknown. Flash play. Unknown. Time doesn't do anything, does it? Nope. No, it looks like there's no code. There's no option for played. What if we go question mark? How do you... There's a way to bring up all the what was the way to bring up all the oh, help. / help. Okay, let me see. Pet, MOTD, loot, loc, LFG, leave, lay, kick, invite, guild, emote, drag corpse, disband, camp, auto attack, assist. Nope, there is nothing. What does lay do? LAY. Oh, didn't do anything. Hey, Atacam, what's happening? I didn't see your message till just now. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Now we're level at low level seems great. Yeah, it's the first 2 levels go okay. The next 4 levels get a little chunky. Level 6 is an issue. Level 7 is a less of an issue. And then if you can get from 7 to 8, I think 8 to 12 is a pretty decent crawl. And then after that, the game starts to get harder and harder to level. Or not harder, it just takes more time. I don't know if Manor, I mean, if they want XP, I don't think Manor's the right choice. XP in Manor tends to kind of dry up around 17. Unless you move in. I don't know what the back is, but... I think at this level, you're better off going to Halnir's Cave and then fighting Black Roses. Or even spiders. The spiders in AVP are 18, 19... I mean... Well, they wanted to go to Manor, and I just dropped off the mountain. You dummy. Manor's right next door. My bad. We'll go back up. I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily say hell levels. I think it's more or less the content. You can get so far, and then you'll have to go looking. And then you get so far, and then you'll have to go looking. The game doesn't help you, the game doesn't guide you. You have to explore and test stuff for yourself. The quests, for example, will give you general and pretty vague tips. You really have to run around everywhere. Like you'll have a quest to take a package to somebody, let's say John Doe. And the quest dialogue will say, "Oh yeah, John Doe requested this, but I can't take it to him at this time because we're really busy. If you wouldn't mind taking this to him, he's usually found down by the river." So you think, okay, well maybe it's the river that's right next to the town. But no, it's like half a mile away. So like they give you some kind of tip, but it's not directed. You pretty much have to explore, and that's like for all quests. Even some of the crafting quests you have to put guesswork in. I mean, once early access starts, my crawl is going to be slower than every other streamer because I don't do it full time, right? So... Not sure there'll be many streamers. That's true. That's true. You'll probably get a dozen. So the thing is, the population is kind of light right now, and it has been for the past 2 months. A lot of players for this game stopped playing before this season and are waiting specifically for early access because they've already done a lot of the content through the game in other seasons. Over the last 5-6 years. There have been a lot of people testing in the game. I wasn't one of them, but there have been a lot of people, and they're not playing right now. So I'm assuming, or I'm guessing on December 13th, there's going to be a whole lot of people, and the servers are going to have a whole lot of population. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think a lot of people are going to come back specifically for early access, so we'll see what that does to the population. As far as streamers, I'm not sure. There are a few now that hold a pretty large audience. I mean, since I've been streaming Pantheon this season, my viewership has gone up. Like, wickedly. You are right, though. The game is not retail ready, so it might not have many streamers. But we'll have to wait and see what early access brings. That's the truth of it. That's really what it comes down to. I know, right? Maybe I should pick up an FPS. Start FPSing. Get some Rainbow Six Siege going. Do some Valorant. What else is out? Fortnite? I wouldn't mind Escape from Tarkov. I was really interested in that game, but never really got around to playing it. I think I played it one stream, I really liked it, but then I was in EQ the next night raiding, and I never got back to it. Tarkov is brutal. Yeah. Let's go two-hander for here. There's nothing really I have to worry about interrupting. This camp is known as the Manor, for those who don't know. Is there a map? There is not. No map, no mounts. You have to figure stuff out. You have to pay attention to points of interest. You have to study landmarks. You gotta do the work. It took me a month. So this zone that we're in right now is Throne Fast. This is the first zone that you start in for right now. It took me about a month to get familiar with a lot of the zone and where to go. The compass didn't used to be in the game. The compass was a recent addition. With no compass, the way you found out where to go, if you were grouped with anybody, you see that ring around their name? That's your compass. As I turn, those arrows turn to show me which direction to run to meet up with them. The problem is, if they're halfway across the zone and it's that direction, I don't know if I have to go down valleys, climb over mountains, run around camps, run around caves. You have no idea. You have to run and pay attention to what's around you, to all the different landmarks, and that's how you find your way around. They know, by they I mean Visionary Realms, they know that this game will not be for everybody. If you would recommend 2 classes for a duo team, what would you suggest? I work a lot, but could be a casual. It would be slow going, but you could go with a warrior and a shaman. Oh, that's a lot. I would say a warrior and a shaman. The reason being is, the warrior can hold aggro. The warrior can also buff the group. The shaman can buff the warrior and the shaman has somewhat heals. The warrior, if gear, based on what if you're killing content that you're geared for, the fights will be longer. This game is not meant to be soloed or duoed. It really is like 85% group content, 15% solo. Soloing is possible, but it's at a snail's pace. But I would say warrior shaman right now. I don't know what the druid is supposed to do. I don't know if they're going to come with a damage shield. I don't know if they're going to be geared like an EQ. But right now in game, I would say warrior shaman is probably your best bet. Somebody else will say dire lord and shaman, or paladin and cleric, or paladin, whatever. I feel like they don't really have abilities that buff the group like the warrior does. The warrior is more tactical, in my opinion. So I would definitely say warrior shaman. But again, that's just my opinion, and everybody's got one. I don't know what's going on, man. I am not building readiness since we came out of Halnir's. Oh, okay, there we go. The summoner's pretty good. The summoner, dude, the summoner pets look fantastic. I love the graphic for the summoner pets. Now, with that said, never mind summoners and necros for soloing. That's not reliable. That might get you through the first 10 levels. That's not feasible. This game is not set up like that. Even with the best gear, even with best in slot for say level 15, level 12, solo classes like Summoner and Necromancer won't happen. Nope. Fear is short term. Fear is meant for emergency. If you pull multiple mobs and you need to give the Enchanter or the Rogue X amount of seconds to CC the ad, you're going to pop a fear and make that ad run away. That ad will come back 5 seconds later. You cannot kite, you cannot reverse kite. Like I said, this game is not friendly for soloers. It's somewhat doable, but it's not. It won't be fun. There will be some big brain chads to come along and figure something out. We will have to wait and see. But I honestly, genuinely don't think so. The zones aren't set up for that. Mobs don't have limited wandering space. They go out pretty far. There are creatures that will spawn in the day, and there are creatures that will spawn in the night. You'll be in an area camping, and you'll be like, this is fantastic. Then it turns to night, and you're like, okay, this is alright. But all of a sudden you pull something you think you can handle because you just spent the last 2 hours killing something, and it totally destroys you. And then you sit there and go, what just happened? Well, that's what happened. And I'm not telling anybody about that stuff. Y'all can figure that stuff out yourself. I had to figure it out. You can figure it out. That's one of the coolest things about this game. That was the thing. Miss More Castle. Yes, exactly. Kithakor Forest was the same thing, right? Kithakor Forest during the day was low level, but at night they were like level 40s. I remember, man, we're going back to what, 99? When the game came out, when the game launched, and I first ran through Kithakor Forest, I believe I was in my teens. This is when I was on my cleric, leveling my first ever tune. And I remember running into one of those dark elves at like level 12, and I just got annihilated and had no idea what had happened because I had already just run through that zone like 4 times, but it was during the day. So, I remember. When I learned that, I was like, what else is in this game? Now, this game still has surprises that I don't know, and this game still has surprises that a lot of players don't know. And when early access starts, there's going to be new and improved surprises that people don't know, and we don't know what any of it is. We have no idea what they have planned. They've announced that zones are going to be in, but that's pretty much it. I remember they had the idea to lock content behind elemental resistance. Yes, that's called acclimation. I'll explain that in a second. So, in the game, this is your character sheet. Up here, you'll see there's a tab called acclimation. So, under acclimation, you'll have to acclimate yourself to different environments, special environments. They're indicated down here, these 6 areas. To give you an example, the first one they added was an area that contained the dungeon, I think it's Hangor, I think it's what it's called, and it involves the frost orcs. So it's a frigid environment, meaning it's a very cold, snowy environment. So if you look at these icons here, this second one is frigid. So it says you need this amount of frigid climate resistance to fully acclimate to this climate. If you try to go to that area without being acclimated, you will, I believe, take damage, have stat decrease. I mean, it's going to be a bad time all the way around. With that said, there's a quest that you have to complete to unlock glyphing. And glyphing is what you need to put into your different armor spots. These are your 6 armor spots that you can glyph. Your helmet, chest, arm, hand, leg, foot. Each one can contain a stone. The glyphs have different quality levels. They also cost a lot more depending on how high the stat is. You have to gear to a certain amount in order to be able to get in there reliably and crawl. So that's the elemental resist stuff. It's called acclimating. Which I think is pretty phenomenal. It means you can't coattail people. You can't get 5 people in there and then bring someone along for free. That doesn't happen. Everybody in the group needs to be acclimated or you're going to suffer. And you actually get the first taste of it in a low-level dungeon, but I'm not going to say what that is either. Hey, it's Dapper. Most informative Pantheon stream I've come across, thank you. Hey, you're welcome, man. I try. You got any questions, feel free to ask. I'm a talkative person. If I have an answer, I'll let you know. If I have an opinion, I'll give you that too. If I make something up, that won't happen. I will not inform anybody in a false manner. I'm not, I've had this conversation on stream for the past couple of years. It really bothers me as someone who's been working for a very long time compared to a lot of streamers who have only done streaming. When large streamers talk about video games and they're ignorant about it, and what I mean by ignorant For those who don't know, ignorant, a lot of people think ignorant means rude. It doesn't. Ignorant means not knowing. So the phrase ignorant of the law does not mean you're being rude to the law. It means you didn't know. With that said, these streamers get on here and they start talking all this information. They're just blowing smoke out their arse, and they're convincing thousands of people that a game that's great or good is horrible, or a game that needs work doesn't need work, or something's completely screwed up. I will never do that. I will never spit out information without doing the research and knowing everything there is to know about whatever's being asked. And if I don't know the answer, I have people who I can get the answer from, which is pretty cool. Summoner has an evac. Does the summoner have an evac? Oh, yes, Gate. Yeah, Gate becomes available to mages, I believe. I think it's at like level 19 or something. Dude, we got dueling skeletons. Man, I love that graphic. I'm telling you, that's the best character model in the game is the skeleton. Everything from the pelvic bone to the rib cage to the skull. 2 different skeletons too. See the markings? And then come over. That one doesn't have them. Looks like it's a group evac? I haven't seen that yet. It might be a higher level spell. There's no group evac in the game at the moment. Or, sorry, at my level, I haven't seen anybody with any sort of group evac. So if there is a group evac, it's more than likely a higher level. Now, with that said, I could just go to a summoner merchant and look at all the spells and see. Probably just plant. Probably. Now, you may see it in early access. So, one of the first things I'll do when early access starts is I'm going to go around to all the trainers and look at all the spells to see what there is. I want to look at the warrior spells, I want to look at the necromancer spells, and I want to look at the shaman spells. So we'll go around to the merchants or whatever and see what they have. At least try and figure out how the game changes at the higher levels. I say that because I don't want it to be the same kind of mechanic the whole way through. I'm sure it's not going to be, but I don't want it to be. So I'd like to be able to do the research to see, what spells open up. What strategies open up. Because it looks like, for the warrior, I start getting upgrades to current spells at level 20. Now in EQ, you got updates to spells every 12 levels. Whatever you got at level 2, you got your upgrade at 14. It was roughly every 12 levels. Well, 12 to 14 levels for your upgrades. Well, the patch they did last week, the warrior has all their skills now. You can go to the warrior trainer and get all the skills up to 40. A good portion of them are the banners. It's kind of interesting. I've been in the game since, when did I get in? Season 2, I think it was? Season 2 or Season 3. And I had a lot of people in chat and send me tells and what have you about how the Dire Lord and the Paladin were going to be the main tanks. The Warrior wasn't a tank. The Warrior was more a DPS class, and I couldn't find a group. I spent the first 15 levels of the last warrior that I was playing, trying to find a group, and nobody would take me as a tank. And I'm like, this doesn't make sense. My understanding is the warrior's supposed to use a sword and shield. DPS classes don't use sword and shield. So I went and did some research through the trainer. I saw the up to the level 10 skills, and I thought, this is interesting. So then I got out and I started playing. Now, the warrior was handled differently back then than it is in Season 6 now. And what I mean by that is, I started to unlock different weapon abilities. Like, I unlocked a weapon ability for dagger, I unlocked weapon abilities for using a stave or a staff or a blunt weapon. You don't have that now. You have other skills, but not all the skills. So I haven't unlocked a dagger ability now. I haven't unlocked a blunt ability now. So things have changed. But what I realized is, not only can the warrior tank, because, and I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I like to think in this game right now, I'm a pretty phenomenal tank. And I know it sounds like a brag, I don't mean it to, but I'm drawing on 30 years experience. I've played I've been a tank since Vanguard, so it's a very, very long history with me, and I've used that same knowledge to tank in this game. As far as I'm concerned, the warrior is phenomenal. I've been in groups with my necromancer where the Dire Lord and Paladin have tanked just fine. I believe all three tanks are going to be fantastic no matter what you're doing. It's all based on who's at the keyboard. That's it. It has nothing to do with the classes, nothing to do with the skills, nothing to do with somebody uses a two-hander, somebody uses sword and shield. All that shit is nonsense. So if somebody tries to tell you otherwise, they're full of baloney. I'm telling you right now. All three tanks will do just fine. So whatever you choose to use, you will excel at it if you put the work in. They give, there's a reason you can only have certain skills in those hotbars. Like, even by level 20, you'll unlock 5 or 6 different techniques, but you can only socket 4 at a time. So you have to think, okay, not just I'm level 17, who's in my group? What level is my group? Where are we going? What are we fighting? Then you say, okay, well, a smart person would go, well, let me go into my spell book and see, okay, so this, that, da, da, da. Example, Necromancer. The Necromancer doesn't only just have a root for undead, the Necromancer has a root for sentient. So you have to be careful, you have to know when to put your roots on. Now, you don't want to put both roots on, because then you take away from another special skill you could have up there. So they give you more skills than you can handle on purpose, because they want you to think and strategize about how to play your class. Somebody who sockets the newest and greatest skill and leaves it there, I'm sorry, but you are ignorant. You have no idea how your class is being played or handled. I don't typically play, and forgive me for talking a lot, but I don't play a Necromancer ever. I rolled a Necromancer at the beginning of Season 6, and I fell in love with it, and I was scared that I was going to start playing a Necromancer up to 40, because when I realized what they've done with the Necromancer, it is fantastic. Then I started talking to a rogue, and the rogue started telling me all this information or whatever about what the rogue is about, and I thought, holy shit, that's fantastic. If you played EQ, you know that nobody wanted a rogue for the most part unless they needed a door picked. But the rogues in this game, I would take a rogue if I couldn't get an enchanter. No problem. Their CC is fantastic. Like, the way they've kitted out the rogue is amazing. All the classes in the game that I've spoken to about their classes up to this point, nobody said anything bad. Nobody has said one bad thing about any class, and that surprises the shit out of me. Yeah, that's a fantastic thing. And again, I'm not trying to blow smoke, but this is based off of, I guess you could say, research that I got from people who are playing those classes. And I know I sound like a salesman. I am a salesman, but I don't work for Visionary Realms. They're not paying me. I just need this game to come out. Sorry guys, that was my group, one of my members of the group was asking me a question. Well, obviously you heard the answer. They were under the impression that the warrior was supposed to be the ultimate tank in the endgame. That's not the case. None of the three classes were designed to be the ultimate tank. If anything at all, in the beginning it was the Dire Lord. The warrior was supposed to be a tactician. The warrior was described as being somebody who moved around the battlefield, which is true, We have attacks that affect from the front, attacks from the back. We have the banners, which change the stats of the group, your positioning. So the warrior definitely has mobility to move around the battlefield. But if you've watched me over the past 2 months, well, frig that. If you've watched me over the last year, I can tank. I can out-tank a paladin. I can out-tank a dire lord. I'm Krushnek. Period. Hear me roar. Whatever cheesy analogy you want to throw in there. I mean, I should be a salesperson for the game, truth be told. Oh, I don't want the game to go away tomorrow, man. What are we gonna do for the next 2 weeks? I have no idea. Keep in mind, our melee attacks and spell attacks are fueled by landing hits. When you're in front of the fort, pulling mobs 3 levels higher than you, you're missing a lot, so you're not filling up your reserve. That's why everything goes so slow. Now that we're up here, we're hitting stuff more often. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. These guys melt. Didn't Greedfall come out with the new game Greedfall 2? Oh, I don't really have much else to say other than, I mean, you know, any questions, sure, by all means. I'm just, dude, I could not be happier with I mean, the game has some aesthetic problems. Like, I found an area of this zone that probably needs a bit of work. All the resources were floating in the air. I found a cave that leads to a tunnel that takes you underneath the game, which was weird. Other than that, man, like, I can't complain about this. I've been in probably some of the best groups I've been in the past 6 days, and they've all been pugs, no statics, and it's just been a phenomenal experience. Everybody listens. I've done tanking, I've done pulling, I've done instructions. Dude, I could not be happier with how this past week has been with this game. Like, I'm really excited for early access. Seriously excited. Sorry, chat. Let me get back to you. Greedfall. I don't know if Greedfall 2 was out yet or not. What mic did you end up going with? I have a couple of them because I do audiobook narration and voiceover as well now, or at least I'm getting into it. But the mic I'm using right now is the SM7B. But there's no modifiers. I don't have it tweaked or anything. This is just the way I sound. And I know it's really good. I know. Humble brag. I know, right? Dude, the stream's been talking about it for the past week. I don't know what to tell you. It's not coming from me. November 24th, it says early access and reviews are mixed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, if it's early access, reviews would be mixed because stuff's probably not working. That's why it's in early access. I loved Greedfall, man. I thought Greedfall was fantastic. I can't believe I didn't play it when it first came out. So, for those who might not be educated on the game, I'm not going to give away any secrets with this, technically, but I'll explain how combat works. If you notice down here, you might be wondering maybe why we have 3 different types of hotbars. You've got your 9-slot hotbar down here, you've got your 6-slot hotbar here, this is the special hotbar, and then over here you have the 4, this is the technique hotbar. So as you level up through the game, or as you do certain things, which I won't go into detail about, you'll unlock skills, techniques, abilities that specifically go into these different hotbars. Specifically, you can't mix and match, they specifically go where they need to. The interesting thing is, these skills give you additional debuff or buff effects that your normal skills would give you, just more of them. So if you think about EverQuest 2, for those who are familiar with EverQuest 2, or even Vanguard, EverQuest 2 had the Heroic Opportunity system, which allowed you to perform certain special abilities to form a daisy chain, which triggered some sort of effect at the end of it if you did it properly. Vanguard had class combos, where certain classes would use certain skills, and then certain special skills would light up on other classes, and if they kept daisy chaining, you could do some pretty cool combos with the different classes in your group. In this game, they have what are called techniques. Now, as an example, in the first 8 levels, let's say, just to be safe. Within the first 8 levels, everybody gets an opening technique. So for the warrior, as an example, we get a technique called exposure. Let me find it. Exposure, see, level 1. This is not a skill. You don't buy this from a trainer. This is unlocked automatically. You have to pay attention. You're notified down here, but you typically miss it, so you don't realize it's in your book until you open your book. So it says here, melee technique. That means it's a technique that comes to all melee classes. If it's specific to your class, if you look at that tooltip, you'll see warrior technique, so specifically warriors only. So exposure, puts your target in the exposed state for 30 seconds. The exposed state can be manipulated by other techniques to cause additional effects. If I go into a fight and I put exposure on a mob, some other class in the group, could be a scout, could be a caster, what have you, they will have an ability that wouldn't normally be usable. It'd be grayed out. It'll light up, and it'll allow them to use that to go over top of my exposure to create a little combo effect on the mob. It could be less damage, less AC, some kind of dot, some special effect. So you can class combo while you're fighting with these techniques on top of using your regular skills, your combat skills or what have you, or your casting skills depending on your class. So it gives you an underlying second way to play when you're in game. If you don't utilize techniques, that's a bad deal. You should utilize your techniques because it's extra effects that you wouldn't normally get just by hitting one of your skills. It's pretty awesome. They were pretty cool to put that in. To give you a second way to play. So what I'm looking for, see this icon here, opening gap, this little reticle? When I see that, I have an ability that I just got last level called Disarming Strike. It says warrior technique, so it only comes to warriors, deals damage to your target, and exploits the opening gap state, causing the grappled state. Grappled reduces an enemy's outgoing damage by 8%. So every time I see that reticle from some other class, whoever it is in the group, and it gets applied to the mob, I know to automatically hit Disarming Strikes, and you'll see the reticle change to a different icon, and the effect gets applied. is very cool because you have to pay attention. If you're not paying attention, you're not using it. And if you're not using it, you're fail. Sorry, no offense, but you're fail. And the thing is, the game really doesn't explain it to you. You kind of have to read your skills and put two and two together. So realistically, I probably shouldn't have told you guys because it's kind of like a leg up, but now you guys know. It's okay, you weren't listening. You should have said, what? What? And for those who might be interested in playing a warrior, here's how the warrior's done. It's not as simple as running in meleeing and then using your skills. Up here in your marquee, you have your hit points, and you have this white bar, which is known as your readiness meter, and then you have battle points down here. You have 5 of them. Battle points control certain abilities. Certain abilities fuel battle points. Most abilities use readiness. Most readiness cost is 1,000. You have to play with all of those values and your skills to be as efficient as you can be in combat. It's not just as simple as running in and using skills. You have to think, okay, my AC debuff is up here and costs 1,000. My shield block is 1,000, does this, but my shield block replenishes 2 of my battle points. So, what happened? There, see, I just flipped the target reticle, and now he's grappled, which means his outgoing damage has just been reduced by 8%. So don't just watch the combat, watch up here as well, and you'll see my bars start to flip and switch and run out. Whenever they run empty, that's when the fight slows down, and that's intentional. See, all these skills are gray right now because my readiness keeps emptying out. You have to be careful with your skills. He just did it twice. He's rattled and grappled. 8% outgoing damage reduced, 8% outgoing damage reduced. That's 2 different technique combos that happened. I didn't know you could do that. Does that really drop him 16%? I wonder. There's really no way to tell, I guess. Oh, also, the enemies have traits. I was trying to explain this earlier, I got off topic and forgot my train of thought. If you notice down here, this is the enemy marquee or the enemy placard. You can see all the debuffs that we add up here. But down here, you'll see that there's this icon. These are traits below the marquee. This particular trait is called Spell Slinger. Greatly increased cast speed. Slowing effects will combat this bonus. So when you're fighting somebody with a Spell Slinger trait, they're going to be throwing spells at you much faster than normal. It's like a spell haste. However, if you slow the mob, they go back to their normal casting, or they go back to the normal casting speed. There are a dozen different traits that can be applied to random creatures, no matter what they are. It could be this exact same spawn, this exact same creature, this exact same level, but with one of a dozen different traits down here. You have to pay attention. Most players right now are not looking at traits. They're targeting and then fighting. These are very important because there are certain ones you have to pay attention to. Now, I probably shouldn't have told you that either, but I did. That's probably the most important one out of everything I've said tonight. I don't want to give too much information away because I need you guys to get punched in the face. No offense. But I need you guys to trip on your own sword. You're not going to have fun if I give you all the answers. Don't start asking other people for all the answers either. Trip on your own sword. I heard something about most important thing. Dang, I need to pay better attention. Will there be a PDF? No. There most certainly will not. That's too much work. Look at how cool the... Oh, we are way too close to the manor. We do not need to be this close. We need to be back here. The lighting is so cool in this game, man. If you look, the moon's actually moving. It actually cycles. And the game is dark. That's a forest of trees behind us and you can't see anything. And here's another cool thing that you'll figure out. Just so you guys don't think it's a bug. At nighttime, targeting doesn't work the same way. It's literally your hand in front of your face. If in the daytime you see that's a creature, that's a dude over there, right? I can't click on him. I got the mouse cursor. I don't have the sword. That bat that just flew there, I don't have the sword because it's nighttime. It's too dark. You have to get so close to the mob before you can target it. That's the kind of realism they threw into a video game. Now, see, I can target the bat there because he's pretty close. He's about 20 feet out. 25 feet out. I got the sword icon. But that bat over there, I don't have the sword icon because we're too far away. But if it was daytime, I can target that guy all the way over there. It's very cool because if you're fighting someplace, let's say you're fighting out in some part of the forest, and it becomes nighttime, your light source takes up your offhand. If you're a mage, you're probably using a two-handed weapon. What do? Oh, do you fight in the pitch black night? If you do, you have to actually listen. People will say, oh, I don't play with the music on. I don't play with the sound on. It's distraction. Well, too bad. If you don't play with the sound on in this game, you're going to die. because you have to sit there in the nighttime and listen to what's around you. You can hear this, and you'll know there's a goblin somewhere near you. You can hear, and you'll know there's an orc nearby, or you'll hear something creeping past you, or sneaking, stalking you, what have you. You will hear the sounds, and you won't be able to see them because it's pitch black. No. No, I can't do the orc sound. There was no orc sound. If you missed it, there was no orc sound. You made that up. It was pretty good though, wasn't it? I think so. Oh, that's way too... We are... Yes. They just said the same thing I just said. Can you do a cow? I think I'd get arrested if I did a cow, right? I don't think that's legal. Druid gets a firefly that follows them? Really? That's kind of cool. I shouldn't say kind of cool. That is cool. They have a light source that doesn't take up one of their hands. I'm out of luck as a warrior. I can't run with a shield and I can't run with a heavy weapon, like a heavy hitter. I have to go one-hand weapon and a torch to run through the nighttime. I could run through without a torch, but it's never recommended, and I've died 50 times because of it. Oh, archery's already maxed. Oh, the string doesn't move? Oh no. String doesn't move. Wonder what the pledge items do? I'm not sure myself, man. I don't know what I get. I need to look at it again. I have it in my email. I've had it for like 11 years or 10 years. I mean, I hope they still honor whatever my pledge is about. I had faith since the beginning. Items are still listed under current pledges. Unsure if they're the same. Yeah, I've got my email. I've got the receipt somewhere. I still have the pledge icon, the pledge image screenshot. I think. I haven't looked at it in a while. I should bring it back up. I should probably print it off. I'll give you the cliff notes of a story involving dial-up. When EQ first launched on the Sarin server, we were setting up the first Vox raid. And for those who don't know, Vox wasn't in the position that she's in now. She was in a lower ramped pit in Permafrost. And we had about 700 or 800 players at the time. And every time 4 or 5 players would come into the giant chamber before we got ready, because we couldn't organize who was going to go kill them. There were no guilds established at the time, and there was just hundreds of players. Every time 5 players came in, 50 players got disconnected. And then it took a while for them to come back in, because we had healers go and buffers go and what have you, and then they'd come back in, and then more people would show up, and then more people would disconnect. It took 7.5 hours to coordinate over 400 players to swarm Lady Vox because people kept disconnecting. We literally raided the internet connection for 7.5 hours. That's not an exaggeration. That's fact. It ruined my whole Saturday. But we managed to kill Vox finally, and I beat mages out for the white dragon scale, or the hide, and everybody was mad because there was 9 intelligence on the cloak, and it was, dude, those were the days. Yep, and a lot of people didn't have like call waiting, so chances are when you connected, somebody was calling your house to speak to somebody, and you hated that person. They could have been the nicest person in the world, but you hated them because they screwed your whole day. Well, that's not fun. We got a lot of debuffs on this one. I wonder if dual wields rely. Let's try dual wield. They changed it to make two-hand. Or wait, level. Oh, my weapon's busted. So periodically, you get hit with a weapon bug. I have to relog to fix it, and I'm not going to relog. But if you notice, my simple ashen bronze hand axe is now a simple @M1 hand axe with 0 physical damage, 20 delay, and requires level 51. Max level in the game is 40. So, as you can see, the weapon is broken, so I can't put the weapon on. Hacker, I know, right? But if I relog, it fixes it. But again, I'm not going to relog. See, I can't target that spirit right now. It'll get closer to us in a moment. There we go. Ba-da-bum-bum. Oh, you know what the worst thing is? On the 13th, we're going to have to download a whole new client. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare with everybody downloading it. It's not going to be a patch, it's going to be a whole new install. This guy has high AC, so our melee attacks aren't very effective. That's so cool. Look, Oh, also, if you notice, the nameplates here on our group mates are faded. That also has to do with the time of day. As it gets brighter, the nameplates will become brighter and brighter until they're crystal clear, and then in the evenings they pretty much disappear, unless you're right up close to a player. Okay, my friends watching the stream, that is it for me for this evening. I must go to bed because it is 3 a.m. and I was having so much fun tonight that I completely lost track of time. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. This will be the end of our Pantheon playthrough until early access, the middle of December. The servers will be down tomorrow around 5 p.m. Eastern. I will not be here by then, I don't think. So this was it for me. Regardless, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Don't be a stranger for the next 2 weeks. We'll probably be playing something else. I don't know what we'll be into. We'll be into something. It's a chill stream, you know, stop by. Anyhow, if I don't see you within the next 2 weeks, hopefully I see you at the start of early access. If you followed the channel, stay followed so you know the next time I go live. You guys have a good night as always. Thank you very much for the subs. I appreciate it. You guys have yourselves a good night. Take care.